Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everybody. Today we're holding session number 383, and today's session is sponsored by our patrons and donors. Thank you very much, patrons and donors, for your generous pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you. Dynamic lighting is such a great tool on my end, because I don't have to, highlight what people can see and cannot. I just set up their tokens, set up the dynamic lighting lines, and vision is taken care of. So that's very convenient automation right there. When last we left the adventurers, the Order of the Superior Star, they were in some rural farmland. Asher, once I get your tokens down, if everyone could re-roll base size initiative for their player character. Alright, so delete these. Paste these. That's not working. Try one more time to copy these.
Okay, I can see some.
I believe you guys were basically all in a line. So you guys are traveling along, trucking. You've made a lot of progress the first 3 hours or so. I think you started at 7 o'clock this morning. Time now is 10:02. And then, did we get a size-based initiative from Tenzi as well?
Yeah, I'm finding where we are on the map.
Ah, right here. So the terrain is, pastoral. There's crops all around. Looks like to your left and right, there's a wheat field. Wheat fields in several different stages. And then now you're coming up to a green area with some sort of like herbs and vegetables on the left and right. Couple different ones, and in several stages. There we go. You can see there is a farmhouse, several trees around, hedges and whatnot. There's also what looks like a barn just north of you, and beyond that is the farmhouse. So this is the barn, there's a farmhouse. And then way back here, you can see a silo, which I haven't made a building for that yet. And you can see that there are wagons kind of strewn out on the property, and there are scarecrows all over in the crops. That's what these little man-shaped things are. Scarecrows here, here, here. There's one here. And yeah, it's a pretty warm, sunny day. Whoa. And you guys have had like a round to kind of spread out and stuff, and you know, you start hearing and feeling this like rumbling sound, almost like an earthquake. And off to the left, beyond the buildings, you can see this big dust cloud that basically comes from the horizon. And it looks like it's coming almost right towards you guys. And suddenly, up ahead, a long line of cattle comes right across your path. And it looks like it's like almost like they're stampeding. But they're all in a line. They're moving rather quickly. And they're kicking up a lot of dust as they move. And the line is so long you can't really tell where it ends. And it looks like right when they get to, well, about where they're at on the screen, they kind of start slowing down to like a walking pace. And they're still kicking up a lot of dust, but it looks like the road ahead is kind of, you know, blocked off, and this is kind of causing a little bit of a traffic jam issue for you guys.
I've played Oregon Trail. I know what to do next.
All right. So time now is 10:02. I need to manually change that. And first up is Tenzi.
I don't know what this Oregon Trail that you speak of is, but you seem to know what to do. So I'm going to.
That was a joke. That was only a joke.
I'm just deferring to Asher as to what to do with this cattle train or whatever it is. So we're going to sit back, try to cover our nose and mouth so we don't like breathe in any of this dust, and wait for the cattle to go.
The dust hasn't quite reached you guys yet. It is rising immediately after the front few cattle pass, though. And it looks like they're kind of trampling these crops a little bit too. Like that could be an issue for the farmers that live here. And it kind of looks like now the cattle are kind of slowing down to like less than a walking pace. Like they're getting kind of interested in the crops. And you can see the first couple cattle up front, they start munching on the crops too. So next up is Asher's move.
So Jim and Caranglor both have herbalism. As they look about them, do they see anything interesting among these herbs and plants? Both have herbalism.
That they could use for like medicine or
No,
something.
medicine, yeah.
Not really. These herbs are different than the naturopathic herbs you'd find in the wild. These herbs are meant for flavoring food. So you've got stuff like, chives, maybe some garlic growing, and maybe like peppercorn bushes, I'd say. I don't know.
Okay.
Those might require like a hotter climate, but I'm just taking a guess. You could grow peppercorn bushes in a temperate climate.
Didn't think there would be, but I just checking. And Cotterbill says, "Shine my buckle. It's a cattle drive." And Asher company are gonna kind of pull up along Tenzi.
Okay. You notice that the path is barely wide enough to accommodate, for 2 lines of horses without trampling on the crops. And even then, you're kind of like forcing each other into ditches on either side of the path because it's so narrow that it looks like it's the 2 ditches are basically like wheel ruts from a cart or something like that. So it's just wide enough for a cart.
And Asher looks over at Tenzi and kind of shrugs and says, "Guess we'll give them a minute, and if they don't move, I guess we'll go around."
Yeah, that looks like our options. I don't want to try to scare them and make things worse.
She kind of
Well,
looks over the
speaking of-
field and says, "We'll do a lot of damage if we go through the field, but we can't stay here all day."
Tell the farmer that we need to get past the town.
Asher nods and says, "We can do that."
So these
And-
cattle, they look like free range cattle. You can see that each one has a brand on its
Huh?
like right shank or whatever, its right side butt cheek. And you don't see any drovers around. Like maybe the drovers kind of lost control of the herd or whatever. And you can see a lot of young cattle mixed in too. Like there are a lot that were just born,
Okay.
During the spring or whatever. And it's pretty much summertime now, so they're kind of traveling with their parents. You can see bulls and cows mixed in with the young. And they, from what you guys know about cattle, is usually cattle are like free range, and
Okay.
bringing them near actual crops is kind of a bad idea because they do this, they trample them,
Yeah.
But
So,
it looks like somebody kind of lost control of their herd somehow, or maybe the drovers had an accident or something,
Oh.
and because there are no drovers to be seen anywhere. And by now, you can see that the farmers, it's a man and wife, I should say a laborer and good wife, they come out of their house and they're trying to like shoo off these cattle back the way they came because they don't want them to go any further through their crops. And they're right here. They pop out of the house just to the northwest of them, and you can hear them, going shoo, shoo. You can hear the good wife saying shoo, shoo, and the farmer is like calling out like drover commands because he probably has a little bit of experience with livestock and whatnot. All right. Anything else, Asher?
yeah, Cotterbill says, "Don't worry, Captain Asher, I know what to do." He's gonna at his horse. He's got 12 more movements. So 2, 3. gonna ride his horse kind of toward the head of the column. He's gonna fire a shot into the air.
Oh, a gunshot? I'm sorry you broke up.
Yes. Yes, a gunshot.
Okay. So you get, that's where he's gonna be?
Yeah, that's as far as he can get.
Alright.
At least this turn, yeah.
So he gets out to where he wants to,
I'm sorry, he was on a horse. He can go a little bit further.
yeah.
Look at here.
So he's like, well, shine my buckle. And he's like, yeehaw! Rides his horse out.
Yep.
Starts galloping. Gets out to where he wants to be. Draws his pistol. Points it in the air. And... bang!
Really nice soundtrack.
Okay. Asher, could you roll percentile dice for me? A D100, please?
Yep.
Okay. So the cattle, when he fires a shot off in the air, the cattle at least stop eating, and they raise their heads up and they look at him. Could you roll wisdom check -8 for me with Cotterbill?
Yep.
Unless he has animal handling.
Oh, he does not.
Okay.
Wisdom -8.
Okay. They're definitely paying attention to Cotterbill. Like they don't lower their heads again, and you can see that there are some big bulls mixed in. Now that you're so close, and they're like, you know, they got horns. And anything else for Asher and Company?
That's it for now.
Okay. Shandrak and Company.
So, Andra. We'll try to forward and head towards the farmers. And I'll call out to them. It's like Hello. Where's your where's your work hand? Your beasts seem to be running wild.
The farmer, the laborer, his wife is like, shoo, shoo. Oh, they're trampling my beets. And uh, the they're both. It's a young couple. Probably, well, young for farmers. They're probably in their early 30s, and you don't see any kids around. They're both, yeah, in their early 30s, and they both have like ginger red hair. And the laborer looks up to you and he goes, "Oh, these aren't my uh, livestock. There must be a drover nearby who's lost them."
Well, to find him then. Maybe he's hurt.
Oh,
And
I couldn't spare the time, but yeah, my hand is over in the barn there, probably asleep. He kind of stays up during the nights.
Shandrak will call over and tell him what he's learned, that this isn't their livestock, and the drovers are somewhere else. And that'll be all.
Okay. Time now is 10:03. First up is Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi's looking over to see what's going on with Cotter Bill.
He looks truly
is it-
confused. That didn't work.
The cattle are sort of, looking at him. The ones that are immediately in the front, looks like a family or a couple of families of bovine. There's like 4 or 5 bulls, 4 or 5 cows, and 4 or 5 young. And they stopped eating, and they're just staring at Cotterbill now. And you can hear one of the cows go, "Meow, meow."
Otterbill's making waving motions back to the north, like, go!
All right. Tenzi's going to come up and take a position next to Cotterbill, maybe a little bit behind him. Except for I didn't grab everything.
You there, Tenzi?
Yeah, I'm trying to move my people.
Oh. I guess for now I will put most of the cattle onto the GM layer. That'll speed things up. I'm pretty sure.
All right, I have my people arranged. So basically, Musashi's kind of going up to try to head off the front to try to get him to steer him towards the road. And Kenzie just there to see if Cotter Bill needs assistance or if Cotter Bill has any other instructions on how to drive cattle.
He looks confused. He's just like, "Go on, get now. Don't you need you embarrassing me in front of the cap?"
And the cattle are just staring at him like, "Moo, moo."
And that's, so Musashi's kind of trying to get close to the front, where I got in position now to try to start heading them towards the road. Hopefully Cotter Bill will be able to help in some way.
Moo. Okay. Asher and Company. Or is there anything else for Kenzie?
Nope, that's it for us.
All right.
Otterbill just shrugs, and Asher looks back up the trail and says,
So you've noticed on your way out to where you guys are riding in the crops, you've trampled a bunch of the crops just to get out there.
Cool.
Yep, things happen. Hopefully we're gonna avoid more crop damage by getting them off onto the trail. But
Cotterbill sees that the cows are watching him. He kind of just like experimentally guides his horse a little bit north. It's 5 squares to start with. And then a horse around. Anything or keep watching him?
As he, walks away or whatever, they kind of stop paying attention to him. And they go back to munching on crops. It looks like they're in like a hayfield right here or something like that. So you can see this, these lines represent like crushed crops.
Yeah. That's the property damage we've done.
Yeah. Okay.
Asher will go up to where... Is Shandrak back?
Oh, yep. I'm up by the
Okay. Yeah, by the farmers. Okay. Yeah, Asher's gonna follow Shandrak's trail to the farmers.
In between these trees, there's really no crops. Shandrak didn't really trample anything to get up to there. There is like a almost like a lawn right here, but it's so trampled already. It might as well not even be a lawn. And same thing up here in front of the house. It's not. There's just like a little bit of grass, not enough to be called a lawn. It looks like they tried.
Asher sees, Asher sees that there's kind of a trail that heads a bit northeast of here that looks like we can just follow along. I'm still tracking it across the map.
Yes, indeedy.
Yep. So she's like, we can just follow this trail. I don't know if these cattle are really. I mean, I don't know what to do about them. And they're not monsters or anything, so I mean, kind of not our problem.
Pretty much.
We can just keep our eyes open.
So all you have to do, if you want to leave the map, is get to this point. I'll put a red box or a red circle. Wow, just switching tools, I'm lagging out. I'll put a red circle there.
Alright, so one by one, Asher's hench people are just gonna head that direction.
Okay, so you can exit their.
Okay.
You can exit their property. At the path here. See if that worked. Try to.
That's basically it for this turn. Is I'll kind of group up and
There we go.
making their way across the windy path.
Let's turn around.
Okay. So it looks like the circle worked. So either that one or this one down here through the trees and the hedges.
Okay.
And you can get to, the next farm. It's kind of like windy country roads in between crops as you're, leaving the area around the city, all around the lake, really. Okay, Shandrak and Company. So those cattle are still there. I just put them on the GM layer so that we're not all lagged out really bad.
Do you maybe draw a box where the cattle are, and that way I'll know where to go around?
I will just leave the ones in the middle on the GM layer, and the ones on the ends I'll keep visible to you.
Okay, thank you.
And it's basically a big old line.
I see. Thank you.
And as you pass by, you can see they're just munching. Just munching. Some are munching on hay. The ones up north are probably munching on wheat or something. And those farmers are still freaking out. by now there's this guy that comes out of the barn. He looks like he's a little older than they are, probably mid 40s. He's got brown hair. He's dressed similar to the farmer, and he's got this like groggy, sleepy look on his face. He's like rubbing his eyes as he comes out of the barn, and he's like looking around. He gets this wide-eyed look on his face when he sees this, basically like a stampede of cattle in his boss's crops, and you can hear him say, "Oh no, they've trampled the beets." And anything else for Shandrak and company?
Nope.
Okay, time now is 10:04, and Tenzi and company.
So they're basically just grazing at this point. They're not just slowly moving forward, if moving forward at all.
Not moving at all. They're just munching, except for the ones that are like on the trail right here. They're just kind of standing there, probably wondering what the hell's going on up front.
All right.
You know how it is. It's line.
Yep. So unfortunately, we're gonna do more crop damage, and we're gonna ride around the front of them and get over to the road.
Yeah, like I said, going through here, it's basically just trees. So there's no crops. This is where Asher and company went through. They went like this along the road, and so they didn't have to trample any crops, and they went. Or is that Shandrak?
We haven't gotten that far yet, but that is where we're going.
I can't tell who that is. That must be Shandrak.
That's me.
Yeah. So it looks like he got a pretty good idea, and he's just kind of following the paths over to the next farm without trampling any crops. Because it looks like the herd ends right up here. That's the last of it. So you can kind of squeak by on this little trail to get around next to the silo there. And the silo is probably about 40, 50 feet tall. It's a pointy building. Looks like it's empty right now. Like you can kind of see inside of it. It's mostly empty, I guess. And when you're around it, there's like flies and stuff that are kind of gathering around it, because it's basically high summer, and that's a good fuel source for them. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
I'm just gonna move.
Okay, Asher and company.
Yep, they're just making their way along the trail the same way that Shandrak did. So.
Old farmer, what's his face, is like, "Don't you trample my crops!" And his wife's like, "Oh, my beets, my beets!" And the farmhand is fully awake by now, and he starts coming over to shoo away the cattle as well. Right here. You can see that the barn has some draft horses inside that aren't doing anything right now. The house is pretty small. Looks like it has, a chimney right here next to the trail. There's a bedroom right here. You can see into the windows. You can see a bed as you guys ride past. And the bedroom is fairly small. It's probably 15 feet by 15 feet. And they shut the door behind them when they came out, so you can't see into the building other than through the windows. It looks like their living room is like right where the fireplace is, and it's pretty bare inside. They have like a table up against the wall, and there's a stool next to the fire, and no, you know, you guys are up high on mounts, and you can see down into the living room, even though you're, 20, 30 feet away. And they don't even have like wall decorations or anything in their living room. It's just bare, like kind of like a shitty plaster on the wall, like made of white mud or something. Like what's that stuff called? Caliche, maybe. Caliche earth, which is like a gray, like a light gray earth, almost white, like chalk. It's kind of chalky, I guess. Anything else from Asher and company?
Nah, it's just gonna take a while, but they're just following the path.
Okay, Shandrak and company.
So, Shudrak will turn back and say, let's take the northernmost exit out. And he'll continue on that way.
Asher waves an acknowledgement.
And horses, if you have horsemanship, or that is land-based riding horse, they will like go from a canter, or sorry, from a trot. You're trotting right now. They'll go from a trot to a canter to a run and then to a gallop if you want to increase their speed.
Yeah, how much is that?
It costs one proficiency slot.
Oh no,
for
I actually
land-based
do have
riding
that.
horse.
I mean, how much is the increase in speed?
So
I have the proficiency actually.
it'd be on the horse's journal. So it depends on the type of horse, but the default speed is a trot.
The encumbrance part.
Yeah. Default speed is a trot, and then canter, and then gallop. And if you're encumbered, of course, you can't get up beyond a trot or whatever, and your trot is slowed.
It's a little bit more. Cool.
And each new, to go from a trot to a canter takes a check, and then from a canter to a gallop takes a check in successive rounds. So, but you can see that the speed difference is amazing. At a gallop, you basically double your speed. And remember, you're out of combat, so your blue number is doubled as well. Blue number of movement rate squares. So draft horses move out of combat. They move 30 squares around.
I think that's it.
Okay. Time now is 10:05 a.m. and it's Tenzi's move. Tenzi and company.
We will trot up to the rest of the group.
Okay. cattle are worth 15 to 120 depending on their size.
I'm done moving.
Just in case you want to fireball him, Shandrak.
It's an average of 67.
I was thinking of doing that as a way to scare him, but you had a gun, which is a much better.
Okay, Asher and Company.
Alright, so first I'll do R Hill, who'll make his turn here.
96 cattle. $67 points on the average. PC is 3. Asher, how many NPCs in your group?
6.
6.
Wait. Yeah, 6.
And Tenzi only has 1 now, right? That gets
That's
XP.
correct.
Okay, so that's 7 NPCs. And Shenrak doesn't have any NPCs yet, right? Zero creatures defeated.
And everybody else is just gonna go 30, which is...
Decent amount of XP, almost 1,000, because the herd was so big. Actually, you know what? Never mind that. Scratch that. I'm gonna give you guys maximum. Maximum experience. As though they were all bulls. So that is 120 each. Okay, 96. Bulls. 120. 3. 7. There you go. So roughly twice as much. And eventually you guys make it off the map.
Oh, thank goodness. It was like this is gonna take forever.
I just kind of waited till everyone was kind of past the farmhouse. So you guys kind of get the gist. So just how it is traveling through farmland. Okay.
Yeah.
There's little problems that, aren't your problem that pop up. West. Panoply West. There we go. Okay. If you want to be a super goody two shoes, you can deal with other people's problems. Like if you were a level 1 paladin, of course.
Yeah.
10 a.m. It's June the 27th. Okay. Yep, weather is favorable, no precipitation. That was the only encounter you guys have for the whole day. So you make it through a grip of farmland as you leave the city, traveling south across. So once you leave the city, you travel across a really long bridge to get to land. Okay, and there is a trail, and it goes through, several farms or whatever, along the course of about 24 miles outside the city. So you head south for about 6 miles, and then southeast, for a few miles, and then you exit civilization, no longer in farmland, and you're out in the wilds. Um, Still heading southeast, probably by about, I'd say right after you leave that farm. You were like right on the edge of civilization when you left that farm. You start crossing wild plains, just open plains. You come to a river, and there is a bridge across it on the trail, and you cross the river southwards. You come to a T intersection a little while afterwards. The trail branches off to the left, going up into the mountains where the dwarves live. You can actually see their stronghold from the T intersection. There is a large cloud of smoke that looks like it's coming out of a chimney or like an exhaust pipe or something, way off in the distance, behind some other mountains. But you can see this really tall, high mountain that has this chimney stack or exhaust, some sort of exhaust. And you keep heading south for another 24 miles, and then you reach the point where off to the left there are no more mountains, and you can see the ocean. And you guys leave the trail and cross again open plains, but no longer on a trail. You've been on a trail the whole day until just now. And on the open plains, the terrain is a little different. There's thistles all over the place, small bushes. Every once in a while you can see like a rabbit or two kind of hustling through the undergrowth. And there are a lot of birds that look like they're hunting rabbits, pretty much. And other small creatures, maybe mice and things like that. Field mice. Most of the birds that you see are either buzzards or birds of prey, mostly. Like not many pigeons, out here. And then eventually, you get so close to the sea that every once in a while you can start hearing seagulls. And you're about almost in the middle of this square right here. Can you guys see that? My ping?
Yeah.
Okay. And off to the north, you can see these low mountains. Actually, these are medium. These are medium mountains. Okay. You can see a stronghold here. It looks like it's in a mountain pass, leading up to where you saw the high mountains, where that exhaust was coming from. And you can see a large stronghold there in the high mountains. These gray mountains are high mountains. And just beyond, you can barely see a glacier, which is probably the source of that river that you crossed earlier today. And by now, the sun is beginning to set. Sorry, I'm just arranging these maps here. Okay, the sun is beginning to set. And the horses, they kind of, towards the end of the day, they kind of start grazing. Even the war horses, they start grazing a little bit. You can tell they're getting hungry. And you reach a point where looks like you would be able to set up a decent camp. I'm going to turn daylight up just a little bit more. Daylight mode on. Well, actually, I'll keep it right about there. So it's about 7 p.m. It's getting to be like a twilight. Okay. And this place looks like a good place to camp. Okay, if you could, go ahead and roll base size initiative for me. Far off to the east, by the light of the setting sun, you can kind of see, well, Asher at least, can see the sparkle and glint of the setting sun off the waves, way off in the flat distance. To the north, you can see the sun setting on the mountains, and to the west, beyond the far-off trail, you can see a little bit of open plains, and the golden light of the sun is lighting up the plains between you and it, and it looks like a little chunk of heaven to the west. Okay. 7 p.m. June 27th. 11. Asriel's polymorph had to be renewed a few times. We'll say it's still in effect.
Yeah. Actually, I think he's going to, for now, while we're out in the wild, he'll stay as his normal form, and then he can fly.
Okay. Okay, time now is 7 p.m. Shandrak and Company.
So we're almost made it to the shore then. So Chandrak will dismount, and he'll go over to Jink, and he'll pull his tent out that he has, and he'll set up his tent.
Okay, you should have access to camping gear and stuff like that in your journal. If you go to miscellaneous tokens, camping objects, there's winter blankets, logs, wood piles, backpacks, tents.
There's my small tent.
Okay. Asher and Company.
Asher sees Shandrak setting up camp, and she says, yeah, this view is too pretty to room with the tower, I guess. Or there's a giant hole in the ground. And so her and her people are gonna dismount and start setting up their camp as well.
Okay. I've just turned on animated graphics, so the planes are going to drift in the wind, the grass. And other than the small creatures you can see on the open plain, um, off in the distance before you get within range to shoot them or anything like that. They scuttle away, stuff like that. You didn't really see anything when you got off the trail. Between now and the time you got off the trail, anything bigger than a rabbit or a hawk. Nothing. No herd animals. No other people. There's been a few creeks and streams where you were able to water your horses. But other than that, nothing. And, ponds of stagnant water you wouldn't want to drink unless it was the most dire of emergencies.
What do I do for me?
Okay. And Tenzin Company.
So I wasn't sure how to handle grain for my horses. So I just put that I'm carrying 50 pounds of grain and extra water for the horses.
Okay. In a temperate climate, you're able to find, like, as long as you keep moving, keep traveling, you're able to find water throughout the day that's fresh via, streams and rivers and stuff like that, creeks and whatnot.
Also,
Drinkable potable water. Go ahead.
Varen and Jim are continuing to cast Create Food and Water once a day.
Okay. And then horses, specifically, war horses. They can graze for up to 7 days without any kind of grain, and then they start getting sick. And that's also draft horses, so just bigger horses, heftier, more muscular horses. And then like riding horses and mules and stuff, they can live off of grazing forever. You don't have to feed them grain or hay. But the war horses and the draft horses, just like one day a week, they need grain or hay or something. But other than that, they can graze, and it won't affect their health. Unless it's like super long term, like years or something. It might affect their health eventually to graze 6 out of 7 days. But like they might lose some muscle. A heavy warhorse might become a medium warhorse or something like that. after like a year of being in the wild without grains. They need oats. That's just how they were bred. So their metabolisms require that pretty often. So, because a heavy warhorse doesn't exist in the wild. It was bred from a wild horse. And of course, wild horses, if you capture them, wild horses can live as a wild horse forever on, just grazing. But they're not as sturdy as war horses are. They're not trained to fight and take barding and carry heavy loads.
So we'll just set up camp.
Okay. So, as you guys set up camp and maybe create food and water and partake of it over the next hour, the sun sets and the sky turns black and the stars and moon come out, and it's nearly silent other than the sound of the wind rolling across the plain. And for the most part, the grass is, at this time of the year, pretty green. It's very long. Sometimes it kind of lays down in spots, and you're able to, walk through it without any trouble. And sometimes it's a little bit of a tuft, and it causes just a little bit of resistance. But in terms of taking concealment, everywhere, as long as a person, even a large creature who lays down in the grass, can take concealment to hide.
Oh, so it's like prairie grass.
It's long prairie grass, yeah. And April. June the 27th. So it is the season of the waning moon right now. The solstice was about 6 days ago. Yesterday was on Sunzer's birthday. Tomorrow is the last day of the month. And the day after tomorrow will be the dark moon, where no light, there'll be no moon for one night. So there's just a little bit of a sliver on the moon, a sliver of light on the left side. So it's like the letter C. And the darkness is on the right. Not much light from the moon, but the stars are somewhat, lighting up the ground around you. And you can hear the, crickets in the grass, and the tops of the grass kind of hitting each other, so there's like a little bit of a rustle, like a shh, as you guys go to sleep, the ones who are not on first guard shift. And we won't go into guard shifts tonight because no encounters occur. And the next morning, the sun comes up and the night chill starts to go away. You're able to find plenty of fuel for fires and whatnot, so like chunks of wood that looks like they've been there for hundreds of years or whatever. Every once in a while you can find them on the plain. And you guys begin to travel again. The following day, June the 28th.
In the morning, Tenzi's going to cast Create Healing Potion on the bottle that got dispelled. That vial that we got from the beef.
Okay.
So that spell just changes any liquid in a flask into a healing potion. It'll last for up to one day plus 1 day per level. So it's 11 days.
Okay.
And then at the end, if you haven't used it, it goes back to whatever it was before.
It's a good spell.
And
Yeah.
I'd like to recast Cat's Grace for this day.
Okay. 10 hours, right?
9, right?
9. All right. So, we'll say you guys cast these spells at 7, like right when you're about to leave. That way you get the maximum amount of hours and whatnot. Shandrak by 6 p.m. 4 p.m. 9 hours? 7. 4 p.m. Should last till 5. No, 4 p.m. So by 4 p.m., it will have... Oh, right. No. Travel time is actually 10 hours. So there's an hour where you're prepping to travel, 10 hours of travel, and an hour where you're prepping to camp. And then camping is 12 hours of 3 4-hour guard shifts. And that's actual sleep time. Okay, so at 8 o'clock, 9 hours would be until 5 p.m. There we go. 8 o'clock is when you guys actually start traveling. So from 7 in the morning till 8, you guys are packing up, maybe having a little snack of what was left over from the create food and water and whatnot. And you get moving by 8. The wind picks up just a little bit today. There's like a light breeze, and no rain or anything. And so the clouds kind of fly overhead. You guys are moving at 12, right? Or there was a horse, wasn't there one horse that was encumbered? You guys are
Not
moving
anymore.
Not anymore. Okay,
No.
so
So the slowest things are the draft horses
which is
with
12,
the
right?
unfailing endurance.
Yeah, so that's 24.
As long as the weather's good.
Okay, 24. Terrain, probably about 6. Plains. Okay, 48 miles. 6, 8. So probably about an hour later, so 9 o'clock in the morning, you guys get to the sea. I probably should have made a beach scene. And the channel is this wide. It goes beyond the edge of your vision. This wide expanse. But luckily, at noon, sure enough, along the coast, you see the ivory dagger.
Sweet.
When the ivory dagger comes close into view, Shandrak will shoot off a fireball up in the sky where we are.
Yep. And go ahead and give yourself 500 points, because that was exactly what I was thinking. So, idea that saves a party. And they come to the beach and land. And by 1, you guys are at sea. Let's see, so... Whoops. Alright, so I'm just going to, oh, what's up? Thought I turned on. So we've got in chat, we got Thaco Tuesday. Hello, Thaco Tuesday. Watch your
Welcome
pants.
back.
And we love marbles.
Hey guys.
Good to see you.
How's it going, everybody?
Just check my pants. They're still fine.
And I think Watch Your Pants is pretty good. They said good. I just want to shout out to our people hosting us. Zero Axe 2, Alien Gathering, another TTV viewer, Any Toe, Donnie, It's the Fritz, It's a Ma, Cake Sips 06, Lurks, and Midsoon are all hosting us. Sacco Tuesday says hi. Okay, so now
It's very cool. Those people hosting us.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to paste the entire group onto... Whoops. Shandrak and... Then we're still up there. Okay. Just going to paste the entire group onto the boat. Come on. Where's the boat? There it is. For some reason, these tokens are not animated. So, animation, play. There we go. There we go. All right, so I'm just going to paste you guys in the water off to the right, and you can place anyone who's on deck during the day onto the actual deck of the boat. And did that paste work?
No, I'm still in darkness.
Okay. One more time. There we go.
There we go.
I'm going to turn... Whoops. I hate that. I really hate that. They put duplicate page right next to the page settings, so if you're just off just a little bit, you duplicate the page. Right. Brightness is all the way up. Why? There we go. So there's the boat off to the left. Chom.282 and Bombosa are at the aft. Tinneroth is at the helm. Kadede is looking off to the left side. Ungoa is looking off to the right. I gotta delete this Cotter Bill because he's not there. He's with you. And oh, that was okay.
I left him there on purpose. That's fine.
Undo.
Okay.
And you got Lily Bill and Maddie Foodle up in the crow's nest. Monland Kumtu on the foredeck. Edelman is in the second crow's nest. And I'll just assume you guys want to put the mounts in the cargo hold.
Yes.
Please.
And Arahil will not go down into the boat. He loves being free.
Yeah, just gotta make him smaller.
Oh, are you guys deleting the horses?
Oh, I did.
Sorry, I did.
Yeah, don't do that.
Sorry. How do I shrink RL?
You can't.
Okay then, I won't do that.
Okay, go ahead and delete the rest of the horses since you already did.
I think it's just Tenzi because he was good and followed directions.
Is Tinsy not here?
I'm here. I don't see my tokens. They're off in the water. Okay, got it. Thank you. I was actually at a different boat, so that wasn't good.
Hey, there's more boats.
Oh wow. In doubt, yeah.
Yep.
They are in a channel.
And then you said to delete the boats? Boats. Horses, sorry.
Horses, yeah. Since everyone started to leave their horses.
All right, I put Asriel up. He's up on the top and the mast in the front, and he's just sitting up there, enjoying the view. He flew up there.
Okay, so for this group, delete everything but your horses.
Okay.
And this is going to be your home for probably an hour or so. Unless we run into an encounter, which is rare at sea. And let me tell you, it's like encountering things in the desert or in the plains.
I'm so glad you recommended this boat. I love it.
Good lord, that's a lot of horses. Okay, so you guys have so many horses. Some of them have to go in the lower deck. And it's a pain in the deck. What the hell is this? Weird. Just delete those, I guess. Lot of horses, man. Okay. And now that you guys are here, what the hell? A bunch of Asher's followers go to sleep, so you guys can sail 24/7. So we've got these guys back here. Go. Good day. go. Do you want to keep control of Cotterbill, or do you want to switch?
In a Cotterbill, please.
What?
Keep control of Cotterbill, please.
Okay.
That's a little time together.
Maddie Foodle. Only. Come to. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people go below decks, and they'll be like the night shift. So they go into that, the bedroom that's in the fore part of the ship with all the bunk beds. That's where the crew sleeps, mostly. Okay. And when you guys get aboard, Tinneroth says, would you like to take the helm, Lady Asha? Captain?
Asher says, would I ever? She's gonna go to helm, and she has no sailing expertise. So you can decide how rough this ride is.
Yeah. He kind of stands there for a minute to like guide your hand
Okay.
a little, so you don't take it too far off course or out of the wind. And you know, with his guidance, you're able to kind of steer it on your own. And he climbs up into the rigging and then up into the rear crow's nest back here. So you've got Edelman in the center crow's nest with, looks like Cotterbill is up there too. And then Lily Bill in the fore crow's nest. And Ashrill on the prow. Wow. Okay.
He's king of the world.
King of the world. Yeah.
He's the angel at the front of our ship.
It's a pretty smooth ride as far as sailing goes, because the wind is so forgiving today. So when you get out at sea, the weather might change. So let's see.
So
Counter.
during the course of our sailing, Chandrak would go downstairs and find like a secure chair and desk so we can cast breed magic and continue with the high cleric spell.
Did we decide if the old, if Asher's office, if that was what we were going to turn into the library?
You already did. It's the
Okay, that's
best.
what I thought. All right, cool. So I was just going to let Chandrak know that we actually do have a magical research library on board, if that's where you wanted to go.
Oh, Chandrak gets a big smile and says, "Oh, I'd love to check that out."
Okay, so this is a very, very cramped ship. With all the horses and the crew. You find the captain's quarters, and it has somewhat of a library. No, you made the bathtub room the library.
Yeah, I thought maybe it wasn't big enough. I feel like we talked about it not being big enough.
All right.
But yeah, if that worked, then I'm good.
Oh, yeah, you might be right. But for now, whatever. So you find, you go, Shandrak, you go to the lower deck, which is above the hold. So there's 3 levels to the ship. You've got the main deck, which has a forecastle and an aft castle. So the aft castle houses the galley and the captain's quarters. The forecastle is the crew's quarters. And if you go down 1 level, you're out of the sunlight and weather, and you're in the lower deck, which is there's 1, 2, 3, 4 single bedrooms, and then at the aft a double bedroom. Each bed has a hope chest. Okay, and then there's a common area, kind of in the middle where all the horses are. That's used for storage. So it's got all these barrels and crates and stuff for your supplies and provisions and whatnot. And just forward of that is a room that's being used to, it's not a library yet, it's being used to store these books. And there's a bathtub in it. And next to it is a closet with an anchor. So that's right over here. That's where the anchor is kept. And then below you is the cargo hold, where there are more horses. So there's 6 horses in the cargo hold right now below you, and there are 6 horses in the actual lower deck. And already the whole ship is starting to smell of horse rather than camel. So it did smell of camel before. Now it's starting to smell of horse. And the pretty much the main deck is the only place you can go, including the forecastle and aft castle, to get away the smell of horses.
Yeah.
But the player characters' rooms are on the lower deck, except for Asher. She has the captain's quarters and whoever she wants to sleep with, maybe Jim or whatever. And there are 6 beds in the lower deck.
Yes, Asher has recently been sleeping exclusively with Jim.
Yeah. And pretty much, I mean, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 beds in the forecastle. And Asher has... That's where all of her followers sleep. So Asher's got followers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That whole forecastle is taken up by her followers. She's got Tinneroth, Maddie Foodle, Edelman, Monlay, Chumdatuetu, Bambosa, Kumtu, Ngoki, Kadede, Ngoa, Cotterbill, and Lilybill.
Okay.
Alright.
So once Chandrak has made on his way down here, I guess he'll pull up this stool or chair up to if there's a table or a desk, and he'll cast Read Magic.
Alright. Saltwater.
Continuing the High Cleric Man Scorpion book.
Temperate surface. June 28th. 11. Summer. Okay. So, Cotterbill when you guys get aboard, he says to Asher when he's kind of guiding your hand. He's like, uh, right before you showed up, we had just passed a pirate ship.
I mean, Teneroth said that.
Yeah.
Um, Asher just looks at him and says, she kind of scans the horizon to see if she can see the ship he's talking about. Her eagle eyes.
He goes, oh, they were going the other way. They had a black flag with white skull and crossbones.
Did they leave you guys alone?
Unmolested. They
Very
just
well, then.
passed by. I've heard tell of a pirate lord who is the lord of Aquabelia. Perhaps that was one of his fleet.
You think we'll find more then?
Well, I think once we get to Aquabelia, there'll inevitably be more. I hear they've a whole marina full of ships, including 3 galleons.
Ooh. Well, as long as they leave us alone, it could be fun to see.
Yes. Well, I doubt it'll be possible to even dock there without having to deal with the pirates.
Do you have any advice? I've never dealt with pirates before.
Neither have I. But I do hear good things, somewhat, about the pirate lord One Eye, as they call him. They say he has one eye.
Thing then. Guess we'll find out when we come across them. Well, then we'll have to be ready.
Oh, yes. Though I suppose if they have an entire town filled with pirates, they must be somewhat peaceful. Otherwise, how could they possibly have a town?
Yeah, they'd have to have some sort of commerce for sure.
A port. All right. And off we go again. And you guys are able to sail quite a bit because as soon as you get back out to sea, far away enough from the coast, the winds pick up, and they are now strong winds. So that means you get to sail pretty far in one day. Probably west. Although your time is cut in half because it is noon. All right, so
So I could do with a bathroom break soon if we don't mind.
all right, let's do that now. For our viewers, I've got a 3-minute ad break lined up for you, so you're not just staring at this screen. You've actually got something to look at. And we'll be back in 5. And I'm back. Do we have Shandrak? Do we have Tenzi?
Yep.
Oh.
All right. All right, strong winds. Give it ×3 sailing modifier. And you're on a caravel. Base move per hour is 4. And that's miles per hour. So 4 miles per hour times 3 is 12 miles per hour. And you have till you guys wake up tomorrow morning. Well, until you guys go to sleep. Let's see, it's 12,
I'm back.
so 7 hours /R. 12 times 7 hours. 84 miles. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably about 4:30. Right when you guys make it to this point, you can see off to your right, there's this mysterious vortex in the water. Right here. It's huge. You can see it for miles. So it's in the next square over.
Do you think that's a shortcut?
Maybe we should just go north past it.
Yeah. I don't like the look of that thing.
Tinroth speaks up. And he says, well, that there is the Gaul Channel Ocean Fall. The world's got ocean falls all over the seas. And they say that if a ship gets too close to an ocean fall, well, they get swallowed up by it. And as far as I know, anyone who's been swallowed up by an ocean fall has never been seen again. My theory is they're great drain holes that lead down to the great below. But I've never explored them before, obviously. I wouldn't be here if I did.
Surely someone's tried to fly down one or something.
I hear tell of a silver dragon that tried that once, but she said that eventually the water would have actually swallowed her up because the water actually blocks off the hole in the bottom of the sea. And I'm not sure if silver dragons can breathe underwater, but it would be quite a feat if she were able to dive down into it and then come out somehow.
Well, the silver dragon can't best that. And we should certainly go around.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
I'm steering us quite clear.
It is majestic to see, though.
Who do you think there are?
You can hear the sound of like a waterfall, basically, from far off to the east, which is definitely emanating from that ocean fall right there. All the sounds of a waterfall. Rumbling sound of a waterfall.
Sorry, I don't think I caught the NPC's name, but it was last talking. But I turned to him and say, "Do you know of any other waterfalls like this?"
You're not there. You're below decks.
Oh, well, I would have,
reading a book.
depending on how long this took, I would have cast my spell, and then I would have went back up on deck.
Oh, okay. We should probably do your progress then. How many rounds were you able to cast that?
18.
18 rounds. Okay, Shandrak. And that was books in Leomund's hidden chest?
Yeah, the High Cleric Man Scorpion book.
High Cleric Man Scorpion. You said 18 rounds, right?
Yes.
Okay, 4 pages into the next spell. After, what was the last spell you read?
Last one was Leomund's Tiny Hut.
Okay. Can you roll a d6 for me?
Yep. Oh, all right.
Okay. And another d6, please. Alright, so you're able to read exactly 2 more spells. What the hell is going on? Okay. Alright, you see the new spells?
Yep. Melfs and Clairaudience.
Alright. And you go back up to the deck. And it was Tinneroth speaking.
Okay, Tenoroth. Do you know if there's any other ones like this? These ocean falls? You would know of any?
I believe we'll see another one on our way to Aquabelia.
Well, glad you know that it's there. So I can just avoid that.
Oh yes, I won't steer us into it. You can see them from miles off. On a good day, that is. Okay. That was 42 miles. You get another 42. And by the end of the day, you make it to about there. Pretty good distance. All right. Random encounters. Aquatic. Saltwater. Temperate water surface. June 29. 11:85 summer. The next day is strong winds again. The night crew is able to get you another 84 miles before the day.
So if this is another day, Chandrak would have went down to the hold again and tried to finish reading.
So by morning, you guys are here. And you can see a town off to the southeast. And when you guys come out on deck, Tenroth says, "Ah, that's Northport. That town connects to the Motivan Citadel by trail. They're that sheep cult. The ones who worship that horned man."
I haven't heard of them.
Yeah, what? Sheep?
I believe, haven't you met Saint Luther? That's
Oh,
his,
yes, I've met him.
That's his religion.
Uh, I didn't get really into that. Horned man. Should have asked him more questions. Chandrak, Tenzi, do you guys worship any horned people? Now's the time to say.
I can definitively say I don't.
All right, so
Tenzi, I guess I met your god.
18 more pages into the High Cleric book.
Yes.
Could you give me a d6 roll?
Oh my goodness, guys, it's turning summer, which means the cats are shedding. There's hair everywhere.
Oh, this God.
Asha, you doing any litters this year?
No, Lynn and I aren't together anymore.
Oh. Ben. Actually, I thought that I understood that, but I didn't know which of you was the litter taker.
She was the primary. It was kind of my idea that she'd get involved with the animal shelter when we moved in here, because we had lived here for like a couple of months, and we went on a walk. There's a trail nearby, and on the way back, we passed by a building that had like a sign on it that said, now hiring helpers for animal shelter or something. And they had a phone number that she kind of took down on her cell phone. She found out that they were through the King County I can't remember the name of the grounds or campus that they have, but it's just right down the hill from here, about halfway across the valley, probably 2.5 miles from here. And she called them and said, well, we're not we are hiring, but it's like it's not a disabled position, because she was on full disability.
Oh, okay.
And they said, but you can, be a foster or whatever. And she did that instead. She didn't make any money off of it, but they paid for everything. So they paid for
That's good.
all the
It also
food
makes sense where she would. Like, it's a big commitment. I've fostered just a couple of cats, and yeah, I can't do it while work's in full swing.
And so I basically did all the legwork for her.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she walks, but as far as like transportation, I would pick up and drop off the cats. I picked up all the litter and food and stuff like that from them. So I got to know the ladies that work down there, well.
Yeah.
And stuff. And every once in a while, I would bring her if we were like out and about, and they gave her a call, saying, we've got some cats that you can come pick up. So she would
That's
see them
good
every once in a
work. I'm glad that you participated.
Yeah. But no longer together. Personality conflict. So.
Well, I hope you both go forward and find all the happiness in the world.
And it wasn't exactly the nicest breakup. We don't talk to each other or anything, so. But I hope she gets the help she needs. So.
Yeah.
So that's 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, The last spell in the book. Is that?
Leoman's hut again. You gave me Leoman's hut a second time. Is that correct?
Let me see. Was it already on there?
Yeah, the last one I got was Clairaudience.
Oh, it is on there twice. Okay. Yep. So not that one. Jeez, come on. Alright. So 49. And level 4 and very important spell. I'd imagine you'll probably pick this one up too. There we go. So this one is a level 4 spell instead of
Ooh.
level 3.
Nice. Yeah, that is a good one.
Okay.
So, Shadrach will, one day while we're on sea, he'll talk to Tenzi and Asher and say, so what should we tell them when we come into port? Because definitely don't think we should tell them that we're going to find a group of elves.
Asher kind of frowns and says, I mean, it might catch on that we have something to do with elves when they see me.
Well, there's you, but then there's Anatar, and then there's
Karanglor.
Karanglor, and then there's me. So what are they going to think when they see me?
Okay. 71.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like, we should let pirates in on where your people are, right?
Okay, 70.
No, I mean, they may know. Acilia City isn't exactly a secret, but no, I'm
It's
not.
not?
I'm not inviting them.
It's not a secret?
I don't think it is. Josh, is it?
Yeah, big secret.
Oh, it is. Oh, never
Yep.
mind. Yeah, we're definitely not telling
Gray-
them anything.
Gray Elf cities are so secret that they're covered by illusions to make them look disguised as the mountains they're built out of.
Never mind.
And when you first go to the gate, you actually have to make a saving throw versus spell to disbelieve the illusion.
So, okay, so a cover story. I don't know. We're clearly adventurers. We can say that we heard about some monster or other.
Hey, Skagus, yeah, this is your brother. brother from another mother.
Mhm.
Skagath is a fellow D&D streamer on Twitch,
Oh, nice.
Hi.
and he and I have been friends for over half a decade now through Twitch. I just stumbled across his stream one day when he was making a map on Roll20 for a contemporary times, present day RPG. I forget what you called it, Skagath. But Skagath was looking for cars and couldn't find them on the Roll20 token tool or whatever. And I showed him how to find different cars, and there's actually quite a large collection of cars once you figure out how to call them up in the word search. So you guys make it to Central Panoplia. Get off this map completely.
As to the story, Tenzi feels like it's none of their damn business what we're doing. We're just passing through.
Yeah, once you get to Aquabelia, yeah.
Yeah, we
And
don't have
he's
to
like-
offer any information.
Yeah. Pirates wouldn't be telling us what they're up to.
Sure. I'm sure if we offer them gold, they'll be happy enough with that.
So I'm turning
I'm
off.
I'm not giving them my gold.
Well, I mean,
I'm more
for the
concerned
dock
about
fee.
I'm more concerned about Asriel deciding he needs to cleanse the earth of the pirates.
Oof.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Daylight mode is on. So we'll save those
Or
settings.
Varen. It's
Yeah,
similar.
we're wearing, right?
Okay. Apparently I never made a soundtrack for Central Panoplia. Oh, come on. Tony Groner. Or the Nervious City. Whoops. Or the Nervious City Tower Tops. Alright. So right here is 76 miles. And you make it another 8. His campaign was called Tales from the Loop.
Okay.
I think it's
Like a time travel thing.
I think a loop means cul-de-sac.
Hmm.
Is that right, Skagus? So I'm gonna turn. Say I do turn the grid off. So right here is 76 miles. And you make it another 8. So right about there. And why? Thacker Tuesday says, was that from the show of the same name? Oh, it was a TV show. Okay.
I thought it sounded familiar, but I didn't call any campaign by that name. That must be where I heard it as well.
Okay, Explorer mode is off. Dynamic lighting is on. It's like the settings for the token got messed with or something when I copied it. Vision, night vision 30 miles, night vision effect. Oh, right, I have to turn off daylight mode. Gotcha. What am I thinking? There we go. And Explorer mode on for the map. So you guys can see where you've gone. And it should work just fine on this map because it's very small. Okay, now sound, lights, camera, action. Okay. So you get to Central Panoplia, and you get 8 more miles just skirting. Wait, I think you guys were about here when you got on the map. Okay. It's not registering my... Whatever. You get to about here. And you can see... There. I'm just going to turn Explorer mode off. It's pissing me off. There we go. Alright. So you can see south of you is the coast. And you've made it from the edge of the map to here. That's the end of your travel for the day before you guys go to sleep. And at night, so you make it about 50 miles. And wow, that's fucking annoying. Why is it snapping to grid like that? I need to turn into a drawing or something. Is drawing. There we go. Hold Alt before you turn the ruler on. Okay. You make it another 50 miles, kind of coasting the coast. Right about there. And it's about 2 o'clock in the morning. So go ahead and put, let's see. Go ahead and put your characters where you think they'd be at 2 o'clock in the morning. Most of them would be asleep.
Yeah.
If you want to go to a different deck, just let me know. I'm going to put Arahil back on the boat rigging where he belongs.
Asher and Jim will be in her cabin.
Go ahead and put him there. You're on the correct deck
Oh,
for
okay.
that.
Yeah, Tenzi and his crew will just find some bunks below decks and be laying in there.
Okay. So Tenzi. Musashi. Weird, I don't see your dad.
He's in the front on the. Was in the front on the rigging.
Oh, he's up here then. There we go. Edelman's part of the crew. Cotterbill,
Varen-
Rudderbill, Tinneroth. There we go.
Oh yeah, Varen doesn't sleep. I guess he'll stay above deck.
Okay. Where's Anatar gonna be?
Below deck. Iron Druid's the size of a horse. I guess he can go below deck. I guess he'll fit.
Don't eat the horses.
Not even if they look good.
Anatar and Karanglor find a room together. It's like a double bedroom. Wow, there's just enough room for everybody. Well, except for the dragon.
Guess he can sleep on the deck or something.
Okay.
Dragon, he'll figure it out.
All right. So about oh, go ahead and roll base size initiative too. It's 2 a.m. on the 29th. Or the 1st of July. No. You guys met the ship on the 1st of July. So July 2nd. 2 a.m. July 2nd. 5. All right. So time now is 2 a.m. And Asher, you're woken at 2 in the morning by the sound of a thud against the hull of the ship on the aft. You can hear it kind of reverberating up the boards in your room.
Okay. Asher stirs and gets out of bed. And she shakes Jim awake and says, "There's something going on." And she'll open the door.
Okay, you see outside your crew. Go ahead and arrange your crew.
Oh, I can't see through Asher's eyes for some reason.
Down here.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was on the wrong map. Now I'm good. Okay, so arrange the crew. That's Grinder, it'll kind of be on the back.
Go ahead and give me a 2d10 roll. Okay. So you hear it again at the aft. Like a thud on the ass end of the ship.
Okay. Gonna walk that direction. Kinda looks over at the edge. Oh, that's Brandroad. Standing up Brandroad.
So you look down over the edge. You see one of these.
A turtle?
It's kind of bobbing up and down in the water, riding the wake of the ship as it passes through the water. You guys are headed east, so up is east.
Okay.
And you can see something bobbing up and down in the water.
Does it
And
appear to be doing any damage?
After a second, you see a little hole appear on the top of it, and it goes. And then a second later, there's another one. Kind of behind it a little bit, and another, and you can see them all over in the wake of the ship. And then you hear this like sound coming from one of them, and then like a another one goes.
Asher tries to mimic the sound back to them. She goes.
And you can see all down the wake of the ship. They're riding it kind of like Michael J. Fox hitching a ride on the back of a car with his skateboard. They're just riding the wake of your boat. They're hardly bobbing at all. They're just kind of riding the wake like it's like they're surfing, and they're getting free energy out of your ship. They're able
Asher
to.
just
Go ahead.
Asher just kind of leans against the rail and just watches them for some time. Beautiful.
Can't quite tell like the shape of them yet. Tenzi and Company. You're awoken by that weird noise I just made. Like a.
Tenzi's gonna roll over.
It's loud. It's like.
Well, then Tenzi will get up out of bed. Ashriel's just gonna sit up, and he's gonna try to use his telepathy to communicate with them, to see if they're intelligent or not.
Okay, so you make it out. Whoops. Shit, they're so small. What I should do is just move the entire ship up here. That's what I would do if I were smart. Okay. Alright, so you said Ashriel goes outside?
Well, he's. I don't know. Can he do it from where he is, or does he have to see him?
Yeah, to cast a spell, you'd have to see him.
Right. So then he will come up onto the main deck to see what's going on.
Alright. And you said Tenzi goes with him too?
Yep. Musashi's just gonna roll over.
I see that's Tenzi right there. All right. Tends to give me a D2 roll. Okay. So how did Asheville greet them?
He just greets them and asks if they're in need of any assistance.
One of them goes hungry, and the other one goes horny. The other one goes hungry, and another one goes hungry. And they make a sound like.
Right. Do we have any? He asks, "Is Tenreth on the deck?"
No, he's part of the day crew. He's below decks. Not below decks, but in the forecastle sleeping.
Who of the crew is on deck?
Kumtu, Kadede, Bombosa, Matty Foodle, Monley, and Chamdatuetu.
Ashriel will turn to Chamdatuetu and ask if they have any like salted fish or anything like that in the stores below.
We might have that, but I can go check for you if you like me to.
Yes, if we do, bring up some and we can see if these animals would like it.
These... Oh, you mean those dolphins that been riding our wake?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
They say they're hungry.
Well, I think we caught some fresh fish today. They in this net here, and he kind of points over right here. And there's a couple weird-looking fish left in it. Like they all ate the like the cods and the salmons or whatever. And there's like maybe like a flounder in there, and maybe a lobster or two, and a crab that they accidentally scraped off the bottom, maybe a couple little shrimps, and like a bunch of jellyfish, and probably like one octopus. Just kind of what's left in the net.
So Asher asks if could we just like dump that over for them?
Sure. Do you want to do it, or should I?
You probably are more skilled at it than I.
Okay, so he grabs the net and kind of like grabs the corners, kind of ties them together, and throws them over his shoulder to get the net to the point where he can kind of drag it across the deck. And he drags it to the aft. He drags it up the stairs, and he's like, and like pulling, because it's all wet. And he gets it up to where Asher's standing. And he's like, do you want to feed the dolphins, Captain? Your man said to bring this here.
She says, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Chamdatuetu.
Okay, I bring it here. And he like pulls the the net up and gets it right up to the edge right here, and kind of organizes it in such a way that you can like reach into like he rolls up the edges so you can reach into the net and pull out whatever's in there. It looks like, you know, there's like a flounder and a couple lobsters and a crab or two and some jellyfish and like the weird stuff that isn't salmons and cods and stuff like that that's good for frying. And they don't really move as you pick them up. They look like they died. sometime today, probably. Anything else for Tenzi and Company?
Nope.
Okay, Shandrak. You hear like, and like thudding across the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
And like you hear this like dragging noise. It's really annoying, and like a thud, thud, thud. It's like dragging, and you hear this annoying animal noise, and then you hear these like slaps against the hull. And it's like, what the fuck? I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah, Shadrach kind of like rubs his head a second and is like, I want to go up deck just to see what the hell's going on.
Okay. When you get above decks, you see like a congregation of people atop the aft castle, kind of staring over the edge. I should probably make it night, huh? There we go.
Shadrach walks to the source of the sound.
And you get near the aft, and you hear even louder, and you hear this like sound, and everyone's like, oh, and you see a couple people like throwing, like pick up like a big ass dead lobster, right, and rip off a claw and throw the claw overboard on the aft and go, you know, and you hear this like.
Shadrach kind of just rubs his eyes and tries to get a little closer to see over the edge what's going on.
Okay, you see a bunch of these things, only they're like kind of like a bluish gray, kind of bobbing up and down in the water in the wake of the ship, and it looks like they're actually surfing the wake.
Yeah,
they're spending very little energy in keeping up with the ship, and eventually, one of them will catch the ship. Right? It looks like they're playing a game. One of them will catch the ship, swim off to the side of the ship, jump up out of the water, and slap the side of the ship with their fin, and then land back in the water. And then you see them come up for air again at the rear of the pack. And then you see this like jet of, well, I guess you'd hear this sound. Okay. And they come up for air or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that, like air coming out of a tube. And now the ones in front are eating like crab claws and lobster tails and shrimp heads, and someone's cutting up a flounder and throwing out fillets, and it looks like there's an octopus left. It's not moving, and like a couple more lobsters and a crab.
Shadrach will reach over and he'll just throw one of the octopus over the side of the ship.
The whole octopus.
Yeah.
All right. A couple of the dolphins kind of get together and grab the octopus, like by the tentacles, and one drags it to one side, the other one drags it to the other, and they kind of like fight over it. One rips off the tentacle accidentally, and then the whole octopus goes off to one side. And then another dolphin comes along and rips off another tentacle. And then another dolphin comes along and just grabs the whole head and pulls it right out of the other one's mouth and leaves it, leaving a tentacle behind. And they eventually like just tear it apart, like one tentacle to one dolphin, one tentacle. After the 8 tentacles are gone, then they just kind of tear it to shreds because they got teeth, so I'm sure they can eat a octopus. I don't know if that'd be very appetizing to a dolphin, but whatever. Anything else for
Shadrach
Shadrach?
will he'll just remark, kind of yawning, "Oh, weird-looking animals."
They kind of look like a sea pig or something. They've got a snout and like little flippers.
And that'll be all.
Okay. All right. So dolphins are worth 120. And there were fully 20 of them. PCs. 7 NPCs are an XP. None of them were defeated. Weird, it's not popping up for me, the XP. Try that one more time. 20. There we go. It's a pittance. Although you guys have earned about 2,000 points so far. Alright. So that was 50 miles. Oh, wrong map. I guess I can put this one back in the archive now, can't I? I want to know what that song was, though. That was Panoplia. I'll do the same on this one. Weird. I don't have access to Panoplia with this map. Strange. Oh, it's one Panoplia. Okay. Okay, and for the rest of the night, you sail another 34 miles, skirting the coast. Right about there. And in the morning, you guys get up, all your spells replenished. Although the spellcasters would need to sleep until 10 in order to memorize any spells that they need to replace.
Yeah, I do that.
Okay.
Yeah, same for the ones under me.
Alright, random encounters, aquatic, salt water, temperate, surface, and it's July. This is the day of July 2nd. No, day of July 3rd, actually. First sail camp. Second sail camp. Third sail. Okay. July 3rd. Year 11. Eon 5, and it's summer. Alright, the wind dies down to a becalmed state. So that's gonna slow you guys down a little bit. Ah, you don't move today. There's no, and you don't have oars. It's not a sailing ship. So no wind whatsoever. It's just a dead calm. And there are no encounters, even overnight. So on July 4th. July 4th. 1185 summer. To be calm the next day as well. No movement. And we'll say the tide brings you in just a little closer. Or not the tide, but the just drifting brings you a little closer to land. So nothing on July the 4th. It is dead calm again.
On this calm today, can I cast Identify so we can start to identify some stuff?
Yeah. So there were 2 calm days, the 3rd and the 4th. And go ahead and roll the identify template, and then just tell me what you want to identify and where it's from. Do you want to do this on the 3rd?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, how do I click on? Sorry, my character's. It's just the map marker there. So how do I get my spell template?
Actually, I'm going to say no, you can't do it after the fact on the 3rd or 4th. Now you can do it on the 5th, now that you intend to. So what was your question?
All right. I can't click on my character, just the map token. So how do I?
Oh, I'll put you on the landing page.
And Shandrak would beforehand he would talk to Asher and say if there's anything she'd like for him to identify for her, or Intenji as well.
Anatar and Karangor both have identify prepared, and they will help. Okay. So.
And I just want to reiterate, this is on the 5th because you guys didn't say anything
fine.
about the 3rd or 4th.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
that's fair. Okay, so the first one is I'd like to identify the geometric wand that I found in the Tentabula relief treasure.
The one on the dace.
Yeah, the Dace treasure. That's not the relief, the Dace. Oh, yeah.
So what you guys don't know is when you're actually identifying these treasures, I'm actually loading the map, going to where you found them, and looking directly at the treasure. Okay. So you said there was a wand in the Dace treasure. Are you sure it's from the Dace treasure?
Yeah. From the treasure that it was a treasure that we it was a treasure that we got surprise attack. Pretty sure that was the Dace treasure.
Surprise attack. Nope.
Wasn't that from the thieves? Was that from the thieves?
No, that was from some tabula, the geometric wand.
Okay.
Are you sure that one? No, that one I gave to Uther. That come from the.
The treasure chest in the tower? Yeah, that was Uther.
Oh.
I don't. It's not in the Dace treasure, so it's just not in your bag or something.
I remember very clearly. It's written down in my bag, the Dace treasure. I've had it there forever. So I don't know. I'm just gonna have to go back and look, I guess.
One more try. I think there was individual treasure pieces out there. I'll probably end up finding it now.
I don't know. Could it have been like on like one of the scorpions around the treasure? Like I don't know.
Okay. I found it.
Nice. Thank you.
That's the last of the stuff I know of.
Okay. All right. So you find that this wand emits a thin green beam that darts forth a maximum distance of 60 yards. So that is 180 feet. Which is 36 squares. Any creature touched by this beam must make a saving throw versus wands. Or be polymorphed as the polymorph others spell. The wielder may opt to turn the victim into a snail, frog, insect, etc., as long as the result is a small and inoffensive creature. So it has to be small sized. Or smaller, obviously. If there's snails, that's a tiny creature. Okay, that was during the first round. You found that out. All right. During the second round, you find out the possessor of the wand may elect to touch a creature with the device instead. Unwilling creatures must be hit with a touch attack, obviously, and are also entitled to a saving throw. If the touch is successful, the recipient is surrounded by dancing motes of sparkling emerald light. So green light dances around him instead of a green beam shooting. And then transforms into whatever creature shape the wielder wants. So it doesn't have to be small. It has to be It can be any creature shape the wielder wants. So it could be an elephant, could be a pig, could be a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is the same magical effect as the Polymorph Self spell. So I guess limitations on that are, I think Polymorph Self will allow you to polymorph into anything that's equal to your character size or smaller. So it doesn't have to be necessarily a small creature. If it's a medium person that you're targeting, you could turn them into a black bear if you wanted, because black bears are medium creatures, like humans. Black bears are like one of the smaller bears. You could turn them into like a dog or something medium. A lion. I think lions are medium. So, but that one's like the Polymorph Self spell. The first one was Polymorph Other. That one's a Polymorph Self. Okay. During the third round, you find either function has an initiative modifier of +3, which I think might be generic for wands. Let me check. Yeah, that is the speed for wands anyways. So you just select wand off the list for if you roll initiative with it. Each draws one charge. So if you shoot somebody with it, it draws a charge. If you tap somebody with it, it draws a charge. Only one function per round is possible. And you can recharge this wand. So, either one, I think Polymorph Others and Polymorph Self might be two different spell levels. And there's rules for, recharging magical weapons. I think it's in Spells and Powers book. But you can recharge this. Now, the rules on rechargeable weapons are if you run out of charges, the weapon is essentially broken and you can't recharge it anymore.
Okay.
So it kind of behooves you to recharge any charges that you use. And then and then if you overcharge a magical weapon and go beyond its capability of charges, it will explode like a retributive strike from a Staff of Power.
Okay. Good.
So be very careful when charging it. You want to keep track of how many times you use it and then, only recharge it about that much. And of course, whenever you run into a magical item, there is a random amount of charges left. You don't know how many there are.
Don't I get a vague idea?
The only way to find that out is by a wish. Okay?
Okay.
Or I think there's some kind of way to do it with like a Philosopher's Stone or something. You gotta turn it into a luck stone and then you use the luck stone in conjunction with Identify or something. You can figure out how many. So it's really hard. Really hard to do. It's not normally done. It's possible, but it's really hard to do. I will allow it with wishes, obviously. That's
yeah.
It's very powerful. Okay. And so it took 3 rounds to identify that wand because it had essentially 3 functions. There's.
And so, like, I found out the function word on it. I can use it.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll say it's Shazam, and it's yeah, Shazam.
Cool. All right, 3 functions.
Okay, next one. You've got like 6 more identify rounds left.
Yeah. So for me, I'll pull out the magic box from the Red Velvet Inn Thief fight.
Right. Mm.
So Tenzi doesn't have any items. Musashi has items that have already been identified. And the only thing that Ashriel has is that buckler that detected dim magic. But if we have a buckler with strong magic, if we have a chance to do that, he could maybe trade out his dim buckler for the strong buckler.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. So the 4th round of your identification. Okay. It says, yeah, it looks like a small wooden box, about 1 foot long, 1/2 foot wide, and 1/2 foot deep. So about the size of a shoebox. Okay. It will, of course. Okay, radiant magic. And the box can be used to store items like any other box, obviously. It's got a top to it with hinges and stuff and a latch. And on the command word, we'll say Shazam. The box unfolds itself, okay, to form a boat of 10 feet length, 4 feet wide, and 2 feet deep. So kind of like a canoe almost.
Nice.
But it is a boat, so that means it has a sail. So it's a canoe-sized sailboat. Second different command word, we'll say abracadabra. We'll cause it to unfold into a 24-foot long, 8-foot wide, 6-foot deep ship. So that's about the size of a Viking longship, I think. Oh no, never mind. They're 100. No, that's a Drakkar. Longship is 75 feet long. $24 feet long. Okay. Yeah, that's too short to really qualify as any of these ships. All right. Yeah, 24 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 6 feet deep. Okay, during the second round of identifying the box. So this is your 5th round of identifying. It says in its smaller form, the boat has 1 pair of oars, an anchor, a mast, and lateen sail. I think that means triangular sail. I'll have to look it up. In its larger form, the boat is decked. Has single rowing seats, 5 sets of oars, a steering oar, anchor, a deck cabin, a mast, and square sail. The first can hold 3 or 4 people comfortably. The second will carry 15 with ease. So it's smaller than, the caravel. Like probably about half as large.
Okay.
But it's good in an emergency.
Yeah.
Okay, and then on your 6th round of identifying, that's the 3rd round for this box. A 3rd word of command. Alakazam. Causes the boat to fold itself into a box again. The words of command may be inscribed visibly or invisibly on the box, or they may be written elsewhere, perhaps on an item within the box. The words might have been lost, making the boat useless except as a small box, until the finder discovers the words himself via legend lore, consulting a sage, physical search of a dungeon, etc. So you, on closer inspection during the identification of the box, find out that inside the box, underneath the felt cushion at the bottom, are inscribed the words Shazam, Abracadabra, and Alakazam, or whatever I said. Okay.
All
So
right.
that was your 6th round, and you have 3 more.
Alright, I'll do the Red Velvet Thief Strong Sword with Strong Magic that we got.
Okay, you spend a round identifying it and find out it's, a longsword plus 4 or whatever strong magic is.
All right. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else. Unless I can pick something up from Asher, unless you got everything covered.
Yeah, Asher has laid all of these objects out in front of you so that you could, you and Karen, Glor, and Anatar could all cleanse them and stuff. You have them.
And in that case, I will. Yeah, I only have 3 rounds left, so
2 rounds.
I'll pick up.
You have 2 rounds
Huh?
left. You wasted a round on the sword.
Right. So I'll do 2 of the potions from the set tower basement chest.
Set tower basement chest.
There's 2 sets of 6. Well, I'm sorry. There's 6 potions of one type and 6 oils of another type.
Yeah, I'll do 2 of the potions.
I think he generally will let you identify one and assume the set is the rest.
Oh, yeah. It was a set.
Yeah, they were sets. They were together anyway.
Okay. There was 6 potions, a group of 6 potions, and a group of 6 oils.
Okay, I'll do one of each if you let me then.
Okay. Starting with.
The potion.
Okay. All right. So the potion. You find out. Um, a plant control potion enables the individual who consumes it to influence the behavior of vegetable life forms. This includes normal plants, fungi, and even molds and shambling mounds within the parameters of their normal abilities. The imbiber can cause the vegetable forms to remain still or silent, move, entwine, etc., according to their limits. And there's more. Do you want to keep identifying the plant control potion, or do you want to
Okay,
move on to the
yes.
oil?
I'll
Okay.
continue.
All right. So this is your 9th round and last. Vegetable monsters with intelligence of 5 or higher are entitled to a saving throw versus spell. Plants within a 20 foot by 20 foot square can be controlled, subject to limitations set forth above, for 5d4 rounds. Self-destructive control is not directly possible if the plants are intelligent. And control range is 90 yards, or 270 feet.
Okay.
And then, does anyone else want to cast identify the oils?
Yes, please. Let's do Karen Glor first.
Go ahead and roll. I'll put you on the
Yeah.
appropriate map.
He will start with the oils.
Mage 7. All right. Doesn't know a thing about the oils.
Okay.
Can't fathom it. Any other items?
Yeah. He'll try the scarab brooch from the Set Tower basement chest.
Okay. All right. When one of these devices is displayed and a command uttered, we'll say Shazam. All intelligent hostile creatures within a 40-foot radius must successfully save versus spell or become enraged.
Oh.
Those whose saving throws succeed may perform normally. Enraged enemies fly into a berserk fury and attack the nearest creature, even their own comrades. +1 bonus to attack rolls, +2 bonus to damage, -3 to their own armor class. So essentially, everyone gets a +3 to hit them. So it's worse than
Oh,
being
wow.
off balance. Yeah. Okay. There's more.
Okay.
There's more, but he doesn't understand what it's all about.
Okay.
Is there?
Yeah. Next,
So that's
he'll
three.
do.
That was 3 rounds. First round was fail. Second round, he found out a little bit about the scarab, but doesn't understand the rest in the third round. So now fourth round, you can choose another item.
Helmet of Strong Divination Magic from the Southern Platform Treasure into Nat Tabula.
Southern Platform Treasure. You mean Dace?
Like the dice, yeah.
Okay, what was it?
It was a helmet with strong divination magic detected. It was from the days.
Okay. All right. This sturdy metal helmet appears to be a normal piece of headgear, although it will radiate magic if this is detected for. The wearer of a helm of telepathy is able to determine the thoughts of creatures within a 60-foot range. So this is a second helm of telepathy.
Okay.
It looks like the one that Chandrak has. It's, made of chrome or whatever. It's really shiny. The wearer of the helm of telepathy is able to determine the thoughts of creatures within a 60-foot range. There are 2 limitations on this power. The wearer must know the language used by such creatures. The racial tongue will be used in thoughts in preference to the common preference to alignment languages. And there can't be more than 3 feet of solid stone, 3 inches of iron, or any solid sheeting of lead or gold between the wearer and creatures. That was the first round.
Okay.
Second
We'll
round.
do another. Go ahead.
The thought pickup is directional. Conscious effort must be made to pick up thoughts. The wearer may communicate by language with any creature within range if there is a mutually known speech, or emotions may be transmitted through empathy, so that a creature will receive the emotional message of the wearer. And you want to read third
Yes, please.
round? Okay. So he doesn't understand what else is going on with this helm of telepathy. There's something else, but he doesn't get it.
Okay. And then what does he have? 1 round left?
And your last round, what do you want?
The unidentified potion from the focusing cone room mummy.
Okay, he doesn't understand what's going on with that.
Okay. And lastly, Anatar is going to cast.
Oh, excuse me. My allergies are kicking in, I think.
Oh, yeah. Bobby's had
Unfortunately.
them bad. Okay, so he'll start with the oils from the basement treasure of Set's Tower.
Ah.
Hold on, there it was identified. Oh well.
Okay, he's a level 9 mage, right?
Yes.
Alright. When this oil is applied to skin, cloth, or any other material, it confers virtual invulnerability against acid. The oil wears off, but slowly. One application lasts for a whole day. 1,440 rounds. Each time the protected material is exposed to acid, the duration of the oil is reduced by as many rounds as hit points of damage the acid would have caused to exposed flesh. Thus, if a black dragon breathes for 64 points of acid damage, a person protected by this oil would lose 1 hour and 4 minutes of protection, 64 rounds. 32 if a saving throw versus breath weapon was successful. Okay, that was the first round. There's more to this potion if you want to keep reading it.
Yes, please.
Each flask contains sufficient oil to protect one man-sized creature and equipment for 24 hours, or to protect any combination of creatures and duration between these extremes.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it. Took you 2 rounds, and it's oil of acid resistance.
Oil of acid resistance. Alright, and next. So if he does the scarab, does he have to start from the beginning, or can he pick up from where Aranglor wasn't able to?
You can pick up where someone else left off. There's
I would like to.
There's nothing that says you can't.
Okay, I would like to do that then, please.
Okay, and what was the item?
The scarab brooch from the set basement treasure chest.
Okay. So it was what, Caranglor? He discovered when one of these devices is displayed and a command uttered, all intelligent hostile creatures within a 40-foot radius, yada yada yada, become enraged. Okay. +1 bonus to attack
Yeah,
rolls,
plus 3 to hit him.
+2 to damage, and +3 to hit them because their AC goes down. Okay. So Anatar just spent 2 rounds checking a potion. Now this is his 3rd round, okay? So he's continuing on the scarab where Caranglor left off. The rage lasts for 1d6 plus 6 rounds, and during this period the enraged creatures will act continually without reason or fear, moving on to attack other creatures nearest them if initial opponents are slain. A scarab of this type contains X amount of charges, which I can't tell you.
Alright, and then I would like to pick up where Caranglor left off on the Helmet of Telepathy.
Oh, and that was it for the scarab. It's called the Scarab of Enraging Enemies.
Thank you.
And you said where Caranglor left up on the
I'm gonna
Helmet.
telepathy.
So he got the first paragraph, and that was it, I think.
Think so.
Which was this sturdy helmet appears to be a normal piece of headgear, yada yada yada. Racial tongue will be used.
And it's directional. You got directional too.
Okay. The thought pickup is directional. So that was the second. Conscious effort must be made to pick up thoughts. The wearer may communicate by language with any creature within range if there is a mutually known speech or emotions may be transmitted, so that a creature will receive the emotional message of the wearer. So that was what you already know. Okay. So for Anatar's, what, 4th round now?
Yes.
He reads the third and final bit off of the Helm of Telepathy. If the wearer of the helm wants to implant a suggestion, see the 3rd level wizard spell of that name in the player's handbook, he can attempt to do so as follows. The creature receiving the suggestion gains a saving throw versus spell with a -1 penalty for every 2 points of intelligence lower than the telepathist, but a +1 bonus for every point of intelligence higher than the wearer of the helm. If intelligence is equal, no adjustment is made when the saving throw is rolled. And that was his fourth round.
Yes.
Okay, so he has 5 more.
Right, let's do the medium field plate with dim magic from the dice.
All right, so he, puts it on to identify it or whatever, and finds out it's magic field plate, and then he can't take it off. So you find out that it is medium-sized field plate -1 cursed. So it has field plate AC, which is 2, -1, making it AC 3 field plate.
Okay.
And it's cursed, so he is carrying the weight of it, which doesn't really matter to him very much.
Yeah.
But he's wearing armor now, so until he gets the curse lifted, he cannot cast spells.
Let me see if Jim or Varen have a remove curse prepared. I think they usually do.
So that means his identification for the day is quite fucked, unless someone right there has remove curse.
Not Jim. Let's see about Varen.
Astro can do it at will.
Oh, perfect.
All right, go ahead and roll the template.
I don't have my token.
We're on the thing. Oh, you only put me on it. Okay.
Okay, Tinsy. So I'm going to say it takes a few rounds for you to get to him, like through the confusion and whatnot. So the rest of his identify spell is done, because I don't think you were right there when he was casting identify. But yeah, you can get it off him on the same day. It's just the rest of his identify spell is fizzled.
And then we throw it overboard.
That would be the smart thing to do. I mean,
might as well.
I wasn't kidding.
Alright. Bestow curse for 80 rounds. On casting a spell, the priest is usually able to remove a curse on object or person. Other than remove curse spell does not remove a curse from a cursed shield, weapon, or suit of armor, for example. Although the spell is typically enables a person afflicted with it, any such curse item to get rid of it. Okay, so it's not a one of those curses where you have to be a certain level, I think. It's just from armor. Okay. So, Anatar is able to get the field plate -1 off of his body. And you throw it overboard, you said? Brilliant. And that was all the identify spells, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Asher, so Asher's going to switch he has a buckler with dim magic, and he's going to put that into wherever the other buckler was, and he's going to start using the buckler with strong magic.
Okay.
How much is dim magic? Is that a +2 or +3?
1.
1. 1. Okay. Okay. Does anybody want a buckler +1?
They're good for archers. Anyone with that uses a bow as their primary weapon.
If nobody wants it, I was gonna give it to one of my followers, probably Ngoki, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Nobody uses a bow in the group, right?
I don't really know. I mean, you
As their
can, but
primary.
nobody uses it as their primary.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll give it to Ngoki. The bad habit of a bunch of low-level stuff that we just carry around. Actually, Josh, you may have to put it on Ngoki. I only have access to her bio at this time. +2 that we're just carrying around. Does anybody want that?
I
What
mean,
is
I was
it?
just holding a. I was just holding a +1 for a follower. I can just swap it out for that if you want. Or, I don't know, if you want to give it to your follower. They don't have a
Oh, that's
+2 yet.
cool. That's cool. So you take the +2 from the Red Desert Slavers camp, which actually was already identified. I don't know. I put on the list by accident. Thank you.
Should have access to edit her now.
I do now, yes. Okay, C down by 1. Not shielded or shields are surprised.
That was the Red Desert Slavery you said?
Say what?
That was the Red Desert Slavery you said?
Where he got it from. Yes, the Red Desert Slavers camp.
Okay. And I'll give you the Red Velvet Dim Longsword in exchange.
Okay, so I will.
Red Desert Slavers Camp. You talking about the slavers camp in the jungle?
Yeah. The treasure hoard is called Red Desert Slavers Camp.
Oh. Weird.
You don't have to give me anything in exchange, Chandrak. I just want to make sure that everything we have has a home instead of just going on a camel or a horse forever. What is bad about that?
Okay.
All right. Not so much this group, just what I've seen in the past.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's see. I got some. Even we haven't seen if it's cursed or not. You hanging on to that boat box?
I can. Anyone else can take it if they'd like, but yeah, I can just keep it if you'd like, but whichever.
I don't need it, but yeah. Make sure. Making sure it has a home. And the helmet of telepathy.
Yeah. Does like Musashi want that? He already wears helmet.
Kenzie, you haven't gotten anything cool. Are you interested in a helmet of telepathy?
He can't wear that. It's
Can't wear that.
protection armor.
Yep, Kenzie can't use it. Ashriel could, I guess. Or I don't think Musashi would because it wouldn't fit with his armor. I mean, stylistically.
Yeah, it would clash with the style, but it would give him the same armor class. Going from an Eastern helm to a Western helm would kind of clash a little bit, but
Yeah. I think at some point in time we got to upgrade him, but we'll have to save that for another time.
And if you don't want it, I can certainly allocate it elsewhere. I kind of have my eye on that scarab brooch if nobody wants it, because I'm thinking Asher can go invisible, sneak into a group of enemies, and cause some havoc with it.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Anybody
Yeah, you can take it.
have their on it? I'm putting it on the character sheet. And then do we want to allocate 2 of each kind of plant control potion and 2 of each kind of what you call it, oil, acid, protection from acid oil to each player character?
Sure.
That sounds good.
And Kenzie will give one to Musashi and then one to Ashriel.
it's weird.
Asher's going to.
It's really weird. I don't see the two great swords on the Red Desert Slavers treasure. The ones that Gromnar picked up, remember?
Yeah. I forgot to put them on the thing. Actually, I think Karangor picked one of them up, and then Gromnar traded in the trident for it.
Yeah.
That was like, yeah.
Yeah, because the trident was way more powerful.
Yeah.
It was a +5 trident. And I think the sword was like +1 of sharpness or something.
Asher is going to give a plant growth potion to Karen, plant growth potion to Karen Glor, protection from acid to from acid to Anatar, and one to Jim.
You guys are getting potion rich.
Yeah.
Question about the oil of acid resistance. If Chandrak made us small, then we would only need like a drop of that oil, wouldn't we? Then we'd grow back and it would be fully protected. Or would we
If
need
I
to
like cast reduced on you first, and then apply the ocean.
or the polymorph other?
I would say while the duration of the spell was in effect, that would be true. But when the spell runs out, no longer.
Oh, okay. Well, something to think about.
Yeah. Okay, so I think the only other thing that we just identified that we don't have a firm home for is that helmet of telepathy. We decided to give it to Ashriel. Or are you passing on it, Dinsey?
Yeah, he could probably use it to some effect since he can communicate with anyone, so he can do the suggestion to anybody.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Sounds perfect.
Yeah, he communicates telepathically in any language to anyone. So his
He'll
suggestion
do
spells
great there.
would be great. Yeah, even the general power of the Helm of Telepathy would be more powerful in his hands.
Yeah, just reading people's minds.
Yeah. It's basically ESP all the time. Pretty much. And then, because it reads surface thoughts. And then yeah, the suggestion spell once around. And there's no limit. It's at will. Once per round at will.
Mm-hmm.
There's no charges. And he's pretty smart, isn't he? His intelligence.
Well, not so much, no. That's their only save right there.
Oh yeah, he was a paladin in his former life, so that's one of their dump stats. Most of the time, paladins are either stupid or clumsy or both, because their stat requirements are pretty high. Alright, so is everybody back on the C map? Or the regional map?
Yes.
Okay, so that's...
But it is black. But it is that map.
Well, it shouldn't be black right here where your token marker is. Map marker.
It is for me right now.
Yeah, we can see the map marker, but there's like no light from it. Or a little bit, I guess. But not.
It should only
really.
be
It's
30,
great.
30 miles of light.
Yeah, not the usual aura. Yeah, it's not there.
Did you turn off
That's-
daylight?
Yeah, it's supposed to be
Okay.
daylight is off, so you can only see.
Yeah. It's almost-
Otherwise,
it's
there
almost
is no
like-
light effect.
It's almost like it's directional. Like the top.
Well,
and
Yeah, I think it's
Still-
from both sides of the boat.
It's working fine.
There you go.
It's
Good idea.
30 miles in every direction. You can see the land, right?
Nope.
No, I just see
black.
pitch black.
Yeah.
So the whole map right here is black except for the blue marker?
Yeah.
I see the marker.
Just a
See,
small amount.
Yeah, it's like a gray gravelish kind of thing. Same.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, same.
Okay, I'm going to make sure that the token has sight.
Because I can see a teeny tiny bit.
Could you see on the other map? 30 miles in every direction?
Yeah, that was fine.
I guess I will fuck with settings a little bit. I'll change it to 20 miles. How about
That's
There
that?
you
better.
Okay.
Oh,
And
Yep.
back to 30.
Yep, that's fine.
All right. And you see the land down here? Green land?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. July 2nd.
And don't the wizards get 100 XP if they successfully identified?
Yeah, all three of the wizards get 50 XP.
50.
And Anatar and you have to divide it. Oh, actually, all three of you guys are multi-class wizards, right? You have to divide the 50 points equally among your classes. So divided by 3, rounded down per class. 2. Divided by 2. I don't think any of you are triple classed. You're all multi-class with 2 classes, right? So 25 points per class.
Yeah.
And I think this was where you guys got at the end of... No, that's where you guys were at 2 in the morning on July the 2nd. Okay, so then we had July the 3rd, and it was becalmed. July the 4th was becalmed. And on July the 5th, while you guys were identifying, you sailed. Because the wind was light breeze. I think light breeze is like favorable average. So times 2 movement. Okay, and your boat is a caravel that moves 4 miles per hour. So that's 8 miles per hour. So today, during your days of activity, you're able to move 48 miles. Damn it. All right. And then July 5th, nighttime comes. You sail another 48 miles. And you can see another one of those holes in the sea.
Hmm.
I think he called it an ocean fall.
Mhm.
And this one, one's off here. Over here. And then right here, you see a
So the Kraken.
Uh-oh.
right here, you see a flotilla of seaweed. And as you would know from the history of your group's adventures, this was their first adventure on Roll20. When the game started in 2016, they all gathered in Aquabelia. Back when they were called the Circus, they all gathered in Aquabelia, and the town was attacked by a kraken. They followed it west around this ocean fall. Okay, and right here you can see there is a flotilla of seaweed. Just looks like a floating island of seaweed.
Asriel, tell it to go into the ocean fall.
So there would probably be like a decaying kraken or a decayed kraken. You'd probably be able to see, a bunch of seagulls are like pecking at something really big. And you might even be able to smell like a fishy smell emanating, even though you're miles and miles away. Because a kraken is so big, maybe it blows on the wind and you can smell its decaying corpse. And it's kind of funny because they killed it like a year ago. And I don't think it would be done rotting yet. It would probably take a while for something that big to finish rotting.
I bet those dolphins are gone.
Yeah, right.
It might make them sick though, because they're mammals. But birds would be able to take that no problem. They have a way different digestion system than mammals do. They use like phosphorus or something for some kind of phosphoric acid or something. So yeah, that was the first adventure right there. Okay, and that's at the end of the night. You get there and the sun comes up, and you're able to see all that, the ocean fall and whatnot, and the flotilla. Okay. So random encounters, aquatic, saltwater, temperate, surface, saltwater. 6th. Yeah, what is the date? 6th. July 6th. 11:85, and it's summer. Another light breeze. All right, so that's 48 miles we just figured out. And you make it around that ocean fall. And just a little after sunset, you make it to Aquabelia. Say like 8 p.m.
Nice.
Where is... There it is. Okay. All right. And you make it to port and Aquabelia.
Oot.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Having a boat is awesome.
All right. And why is the music not playing?
As we're nearing port, Ed's is going to take a minute or a couple minutes and use the bathtub, maybe for the last time in a while. That he's going to have a chance to do that.
Yeah, probably a little while. Because now you're going out across land again. And, weird. The Docks District track isn't playing. It's weird. It's supposed to be like this harpsichord music. Okay, we will call it a session right there as you land in Aquabelia Marina.
Awesome. I admire your patience, Josh, because roll 20 is driving me nuts.
There we go. There's some music. Yeah, after a couple of years of especially streaming, because I'm using like extra assets on my computer because I'm uploading as well. That slows things down a lot. All right, so you guys got about 2,000-ish points. Did anyone gain a level? Probably not. 2,000's not very much. It was travel over probably the 3 worst terrains for encounters. Because patrolled lands, you hardly ever run into anything. And when you do, it's really easy stuff like bandits and patrols that are friendly. And then and it was patrolled lands in plains, so you hardly ever have encounters when you're in the plains. And then open plains, you hardly have any encounters, and when you do, it's like cattle and like wild dogs and stuff like that. There's a small chance you can run into aerial stuff like birds. Any place that's high altitude or wide open like that, you can run into aerial stuff. So like at sea or when you're in the mountains or wide open plains, you can run into aerial stuff. And then at sea, you hardly ever run into stuff either. It's like twice a day, there's a 10% chance check. Same with the plains, like twice a day, 10% chance check. So those two terrains are that you could go for weeks without having an encounter at sea or on the open plains. Cool thing about at sea though is you can roll on 3 different encounter tables, because when you're sailing, you can encounter things that are encountered on the surface. There's also a chance to encounter things that come up from the depths, like kraken, stuff like that. And then there's also a chance to run into aerial encounters, all while you're sailing. So 3 different encounter tables. So it's possible that there's a large variety, but it's kind of rare. And then hardly ever have any encounters. So if you just stayed at sea for like an entire campaign or something, eventually you would run into a lot of different things, like a large variety of things. But very rarely you'd get a lot of traveling done though. Any questions or comments for me? Or concerns? Tenzi, Thaco Tuesday said, Tenzi doesn't seem to have any magic items. Can I gift him something? Yes, Thaco Tuesday, if you have the gold coins for it, by all means, gift him now if you're still here.
Oh.
If you have the coins for it. And it requires you to write it in chat, whatever it is. Let's see. Excel says, oh yeah, talking about Skagus game. He said they made a show with the same name. Yeah, it's kids in a surreal tech world of strangeness. Thaco Tuesday responded, said, sounds cool. Ninji said she was here to lurk. Skagus says, me too. A lurk body of viewer. One of the counts. Hope you get a great game. And then Excel popped in. He said, made it. I'm going to have to lurk and listen because of weeklies and live listen. And then Thaco Tuesday wants to gift something to Tenzi. 10,000 coins. Yes, he did. He saved up 10,000 coins. He's giving. I'm gonna randomly roll for it, Thaco Tuesday, so you can't get that specific. So he is gifting Tenzi a girdle of giant strength.
Ooh, okay.
Oh!
Alright? So that is not armor. That is not armor. I am gonna randomly roll for it, so you can't automatically pick Storm, but I will randomly roll for it. Okay. Alright. And when you get this, Tenzi, you gotta write gifted from Thaco Tuesday in chat next to the girdle of giant strength, like in parentheses or something. You still there, Tenzi?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm kind of speechless here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Taco.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's nice.
Man, 10,000 coins. All right. Find. I'm excited. That's the first time anyone's redeemed a magic item. Let's see. Girdle of giant strength. And I want to make sure all the percentages are correct. So we got 30% for hill giant, 20% for stone, 20% for frost, 15 for fire, 10% for cloud giant, and 5% for storm giant. So good luck, Tenzi. Everyone give him good luck.
Good luck, good luck.
Oh,
Okay. And here we go, rolling it now. You get a girdle of hill giant strength, strength 19.
nice.
Nice.
Thank you, Thaco Tuesday, for redeeming that 10,000 coins. Man,
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
That was exciting.
hill giant strength is nothing to shake a stick at. Plus, Tenzi, you had what, 14 or 15 strength, right?
Yeah, I don't remember. It was wasn't very high. But now that I have this, now I can think about doing the standing.
Yeah,
Flying.
standing kicks. Yep.
Yes, because I only feel on a 20 now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, your
I
strength
was just glad. I was just
13.
glad to have them. You know, I wasn't even thinking about all those coins he must have been accumulating.
Yeah, that's a strength increase of 6 points. So now,
Oh yeah.
so now we put 19. Girdle, hill, giant, STR. Okay,
Thank you so
and
much, Taco Tuesday. Oh my God.
19. So you now have +3 to hit and +7 to damage on
So
all
now-
your
Oh,
maneuvers.
shit.
Now when I use my size, they'll actually do some damage.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, they sure will.
Here come those multi attacks.
So
Yeah, he's gonna be-
congratulations.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Taco.
Couldn't have gone to a nicer guy.
All right. Didn't someone say they had a question or comment, or did we already resolve that?
No, I just mentioned that I will not be here on Sunday on account of Easter.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I guess anyone who shows up, we can do a one shot.
All right.
I will probably be here, and then so I don't know if anyone else is going to be here, but I'm pretty sure I will.
I'm pretty sure I will. I might have to leave right on the hour, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I'll be good. I'll have to double check, but I think I'm good.
Right.
And also, I just noticed that you had put in Cat's Grace. Thank you.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I put in Cat's Grace, and that Guardian spell that you wanted, Tenzi, I put that in. I didn't do the potion one. I'll do that hopefully sometime this week. Taco Tuesday says, "Hope you enjoy it." Hope you enjoy it.
Oh my God, I will. I'm sure of that.
Christmas comes early.
All right.
Christmas in July.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, that's
So what
awesome.
we got? Back to Twitch, who is online right now. Dork Tales, Hyper RPG, Stella Luna. And that's it playing D&D. The Welcome In playing D&D. Robert Hartley GM. Lord Gosama's online, but he's watching somebody. He's watching Time Lord. Skagath is still here. Thank you for lurking, everybody. Ninji, Skagath, and my friends. Thank you so much. We have 7 viewers right now.
Guys.
Hey, everybody.
Why don't we raid Stella Luna? It's a 5th edition game. Looks like Strixhaven. So that's like a Magic Academy set in 5th edition D&D, and I don't remember if it's in Forgotten Realms or I don't remember.
Cool
So we're gonna-
premise.
Yeah, we're gonna join Stella Luna for some 5th edition D&D, and let's see, here we go. Excel says, "Is there a reusable magic item that casts create food and water?" I can't remember off the top of my head at the moment. There is a reusable item that creates food. It's called Merlin's Spoon, MURLYND' spoon. And then there is there's a bowl, a magic bowl that creates water. So it's like one or the other. Merlin's.
I think the other one's the jug of something. I think I remember that.
Yeah, I could have sworn it was a bowl. You might be right. Let's see, treasure tables. Magic item tables. Magic item description. Miscellaneous magic. List of magic items. There's an alchemy jug. It creates salt water, fresh water, 8 gallons. This magical device can pour forth various liquids upon command. The quantity of each liquid is dependent upon the liquid itself. The jug can pour only one kind of liquid on any given day. 7 pourings maximum. Wow. So 56 gallons of fresh water. That would pretty much feed or water everybody, I think. Liquids pourable and quantity per pouring are and there's saltwater, freshwater, beer, vinegar, wine, ammonia, oil, aqua regia, uh, alcohol, chlorine, and cyanide.
Oof.
The jug will pour forth 2 gallons per round, so it will require 8 rounds to complete a pouring of salt water. Okay. And then there was a bowl. I could have sworn it was a bowl. Bowl of watery death. That sounds cursed.
That doesn't sound good.
This device looks exactly like a bowl commanding water element. Oh, a bowl of commanding water elementals. That's the one that makes water. This large container is usually fashioned. Oh, you have to pour water into it. That's right. This large container is usually fashioned from a blue or green semi-precious stone, malachite or lapis lazuli. I don't know how to pronounce those. For example, or sometimes jade, is about 1 foot in diameter, half that deep, and relatively fragile. When the bowl is filled with fresh or salt water and certain words are spoken, a water elemental of 12 hit dice will appear. The summoning words require 1 round to speak. Note if the salt water is used, the elemental will be stronger, +2 per hit die, maximum HP per die, however. Information about water elementals can be found in the Monstrous Compendium. See Bowl of Watery Death below. So it was the jug, the alchemy jug makes water. Yeah, okay. Excel says like 1 per day. Sack Tuesday says decanter of endless water or something like that. Excel says that water item, the one with 7 uses per day and all the options. Sack Tuesday says alchemy jug. Excel says alchemy jug. Okay, go ahead and redeem. He redeemed 10,000, or they redeemed grant magic item 10,000 coins for the alchemy jug. And then who do you want to give it to? Because it's worth experience. By the way that that girdle was worth let's see, it's on the table. This magic. Let's see, tables. Miscellaneous magic, girdles, hats, helms. Girdle of giant. Girdle of giant strength was 2,000 points, Tinsy.
Yeah.
And then let's see, who do they want to give? Okay, so Excel is gifting it to Asher.
Oh my god, thank you.
Okay. And it was a bottle. Boots, bracers, gloves. Bags, bottles, pouches. There it is. The alchemy jug is worth 3,000 XP.
Dear.
That's a good item.
Ah. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
It's
Yeah, thank you for redeeming
Excel.
those
What's
coins.
is Excel? Is it Excel the whole name or?
It is Excel 809. Excel says I've got plenty of coins. Ah, damn, I didn't think of who. Asher. Yeah, since our sessions are so long, it's easy, if you stay and watch, to accrue a lot of coins.
Wow. That is so generous. You guys are the best.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Did you guys gain levels from those? Did anyone gain a
I
level?
didn't think so, but let me double check.
Okay.
No, I'm a ways away yet.
And not yet.
Okay. I was going to raid Stella Luna. Thanks again for watching, everybody. Please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for redeeming those 2 magic items. You could probably tell because I use random magic items that the characters need them. They need. So, yeah, thank you so much. And I hope you enjoyed the session and hope you come back to redeem more magic items in the future for our players. Alrighty. So we're going to /raid.
You get a magic eye. You get a magic.
Yeah, you get a magic item. It was from 2 different people who are regular visitors, so.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to raid Stella
Wow.
Luna. All right, we'll see you hopefully next week, everybody, for a one-shot in Solynod Hex. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.